All right, good morning, committee. If you go ahead and take your seats, we'll go ahead and get started this morning since we did condense the schedule Since we did condense the schedule from yesterday and for tomorrow, we do have a lot of budgets to get through this morning. So first item on the agenda is, are there any bill introductions this morning? They're on. All right, seeing none, we'll go ahead and move on to the first budget report outs that we have this morning. We'll be starting with Chairman Mason with Social Services. And please start with State Hospitals for Mental Health.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me get this mic adjusted here. For fiscal year 23, the agency estimated revised expenditures of $171.9 million. I'm sorry, what? Cannot hear?
Proceed.
Okay. Including $151.5 million state general fund and $1,453.5 full-time equivalents for fiscal year 23. It's an all funds increase of $47.6 million or 38.3%, and a state general fund increase of $449.1 million or 48% above the fiscal year 2023 approved amount. This increase is primarily due to, there were three things that were asked for. Larned State Hospital asked for a rather large increase, $625,000 state general fund, and it was because of an increase from their food service contractor. And that was actually a 16.6% increase. The second thing, Larned also asked for contract agency nursing staff, and that ask was in the $43.7 million range. The approved budget includes $9.5 million, and the supplement request of $34.2 million would cover the remainder. And the third ask was the 24/7 pay plan, and part of that was transferred from KDHE during the session, or the last session. The governor's recommendation, she recommended expenditures of $137.1 million, including $116.8 million state general fund and $1,453.5 full-time equivalencies. It's an all funds decrease of $34.8 million or 20.2%, including an SGF decrease of the same amount or 23% below the agency's revised estimate. And it's due to the governor's budget not recommending the supplemental requests for contract food and for agency nursing staff. And after fully vetting this, the committee agreed and concurred with the budget, the governor's recommendations for fiscal year 23.
All right, committee, just to let you be aware, the printout is incorrect. In your budget books, it starts on page 1285 for the state institutions for mental health.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I failed to point that out.
Committee, any questions for Chairman Mason in regards to fiscal year 2023? Representative Helgerson.
The agency said that their food costs have gone up $625,000, and their nursing staff, they need another $34 million. You concurred with the governor. Quite often, if we have contracts that are in place for the current year, we normally go ahead, we funded them quite often, and the governor would quite often fund them. And you said you vetted it. Can you explain a little bit more?
Chairman Mason.
Yes, when we talked to we had the hospitals in front of us, or the agencies in front of us, and they were fine with the governor's request.
Representative Helgerson.
If they were fine with the governor's request, why did they put the request in initially? Food costs hadn't gone down. That's my part of what I'm asking. And if they were projecting that they were going to have a $625,000 and...
Okay.
Chairman Mason.
Yes, I'm being told that those additional food costs are going to be covered by the FMAP from the emergency.
Okay, so they actually do need the money. They're just kind of finding other sources of funding within the agency.
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay, and is that the same thing true for the 34 million in staffing?
Chairman Mason.
It is not.
Representative Helgerson.
I think they're checking. I was waiting for a response. Okay.
Chairman Mason.
I'm told that the budget includes $9.5 million, but nothing more.
Thank you.
Any further questions in regards to fiscal year 2023? Representative Kincannon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to ask Chair Mason about the contract agency nursing. Someone, I think someone from your committee mentioned to me that we were spending about $1 million a month on contract nursing. I'm trying to find that in here, but do you recall that being that high?
Chairman Mason.
So it'll be about 15 million.
I'm being told that the for a half year it was around a $25 million for contract nursing, so the full year should be around $50 million.
Representative Kincannon.
Okay, 50 million. Well, that's more than $1 million a month.
Yeah.
So these are the vacant positions that need to be filled by temporary contract staff. Okay. Does this report tell us how many vacancies we have
Chairman Mason.
at Larned?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Chairman Mason.
It was not in the report, but the research tells me there were 340 vacancies.
Okay. Well, I guess we need to follow up and find out how badly those contract agencies are gouging us on this, because they know that we're stuck. We have to have staff there. So anyway, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll look into it.
Representative Ballard.
Thank you. I think gouging is a fairly accurate word. We are at their mercy in terms of being able to staff them, whether it's a 12-hour shift or whether some you do the combination, and whatever the demand is, they can go to other places. So therefore, if we want them, you pay that, and there's no such thing as a cap or a ceiling on it. And the thing is, you go through attempt to do it, then you hire them, and then you get them. So that is a real problem.
Representative Kincannon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had a bill in my committee a couple years ago to put a cap on that, and it went down in flames. So, but we're just going to let them continue doing this to us, and I don't know what the answer will be, but we're not going to solve it today. But thank you for the time to ask the question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Landwehr.
You know, it's happening in our agencies, our nursing homes, everybody's getting hit with it. And if you think about it, I don't know how we put a cap. I'm not saying I like it, but that's the way the free market works. It'd be like going in and saying, well, physicians, we're just going to cap what you can charge for an office visit. We're going to cap what you can charge for an MRI. No, those are negotiated rates with insurance companies, is what some of that has to do. So we have to be real careful about talking about capping private employers. And I understand your concern. It's costing us millions across the state right now. But I can also tell you that we're starting to see it correct itself somewhat, where some of them are considering themselves as losing money when all they've done is reduce their income at this time.
Did you have a follow-up, Representative Buchanan?
I guess my only follow-up is to say there is no free market in healthcare.
Any further discussion in regards to fiscal year 2023? Seeing none, Chairman Mason, you may move on to 2024.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The agency submitted a request for $163.6 million, including $144.2 million state general fund and expenditures, and $1,459.5 full-time equivalencies for fiscal year 24. It's an all-funds decrease of $8.3 million, or 4.3%, and an SGF decrease of $7.3 million, or 4.9% below the agency's revised estimate for 23. The agency requested, again, Larned State Hospital contracted food expenses, the same number you just heard for 23, $625,000 to continue to fund a 16.6% increase. Larned also asked for firefighting equipment, an enhancement of $91,000 for fiscal year 24 to purchase additional fire safety equipment and supplies. They reported that unless equipment is purchased, officers may need to wear safety equipment that is not properly sized. And again, their request was an enhancement of this was for nursing house supervisor, requested in $744,907 state general fund to its base budget to continue in future years. And they asked for 6 full-time equivalency positions. This would create and continue to fund the nursing house supervisor positions. Among other duties, the house supervisor would provide on-site supervision 24/7, manage staff, coordinate nursing services for each shift, and ensure staffing levels for each area. And the agency requested $3.1 million SGF to implement support position salary increases. Larned State Hospital requested an enhancement of $1.8 million SGF, and Osawatomie requests an enhancement of $1.3 million SGF for salary increases. Larned State Hospital also asked for contract agency nursing staff enhancements of $34.2 million for fiscal year 24. And in another adjustment, 24/7 pay plan shift to KDHE's budget for fiscal year 2024. Expenditures on salaries and wages are anticipated to decrease by $14.3 million. And the decrease is primarily due to the mechanism by which 24/7 pay plan funds are distributed. The governor's recommendation, she recommended expenditures of $124.9 million, including $105.6 million state general fund and $1,453.5 full-time equivalencies for fiscal year 2024. It's an all-funds decrease of $38.6 million, or 23.8%, including an SGF decrease of the same amount, or 26.8%, below the request. The governor's recommendation did not include the following. The Larned State Hospital contracted food expenses were not put in there, and I believe, again, that's because of the increased FMAP. She did not allow for the contract agency nursing staff, nor the nursing house supervisors, nor the salary increases. The Budget Committee concurred with the governor's recommendation for 2024.
So in 2024, we're not going to have any further. But the governor has suggested to utilize FMAP savings to cover the increased cost of $625,000 for the food contract. Can you please elaborate how that is going to be possible?
It's phased out through the first half, I'm told. The
2024, it is, yes.
Yes.
Because it'll end in calendar year 2023. So we'll be 6 months into 2024, but there would still be another half of the year in calendar year 2024.
Okay.
I'm just wondering how they're going to absorb that cost.
You know?
And it's going down each quarter.
The savings that they would. Okay.
Chairman Mason?
I'm told that the administration believes that the SGF savings they would achieve during that first half of the year then would carry them through the second half of the year.
Okay, I would possibly disagree with the governor's office on that, but Representative Helgerson.
Well, I'll renew my question, then going back to the staffing. If their contract is for $34 million, they think they're going to have a $34 million shortage, and they put the request in for last year and for this next year, and the governor's not funding it, where are they going to come up with $34 million in savings? Is there another pot of money somewhere?
Chairman Mason?
I'm not aware of another pot of money.
Representative Helgerson?
Did you ask for year-to-dates on stuff?
I beg your pardon.
Year-to-dates on where, on the agent? How much does the agency shift money from different hospitals or other areas as their need occurs, and how much are they spending? They're, you know, for a $34 million request not to be addressed both years, I can understand it. Maybe you get by the first year, but not the second. Either there's not a contract and it's not the, or there's another pot of money somewhere, and there are some pots of money out there in the agencies, but is that what they're planning on doing?
Chairman Mason?
Or were there estimates? And I'm just trying to understand where how they think they're going to come up with either a GBA or somewhere else. Is there $34 million out there?
Chairman Mason?
I would just say this. Had the agency come back to us and said, we really believe we need this, we disagree with the governor, we really ask you to add this to the budget, we certainly would have contemplated that. That did not happen.
Okay, well.
Representative Helgerson?
No, I'll deal with it. I'll have further questions later. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Representative Landwehr?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I think that we have got to get a handle on exactly what our timing is with this FMAP. I think before this budget goes out, or it's got to be a discussion at least by omnibus, and figure out where these holes that are being created that, yeah, as Representative Helgerson mentioned, it's going to have to be funded. It's not something that you got to have staff. So there's a hole in this somewhere, but I think we need to get the detailed information of when does the FMAP end, how does that really impact this, and then where are we at on the staffing issue.
I would agree with you. Any further discussion in regards to fiscal year 2024? Seeing none, Chairman Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move adoption of the budget for state institutions for mental health for fiscal years 23 and 24.
All right, committee, you've heard the motion. Is there a second? Second by Representative Ballard. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes appear to have it. Ayes do have it. Motion passes. Chairman Mason.
And with your permission, Mr. Chairman, I've asked Ranking Member Ballard to present the State Institution for Intellectual Disabilities.
That is fine. Representative Ballard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You will find the analysis on page 1267. The agency's estimate revised expenditure of $68.2 million includes $38.4 million state general fund, and there's 927 FTA positions. This is an all funds increase of $6.5 million, including an increase of $6 million state general fund above the agency's 23 approved amount. Significant changes in the agency's revised include the 24/7 pay plan. The agencies received a transfer of $6 million state general fund from KDADS in 2023. The funds include $2 million to base pay increases and $4 million for differential pay in accordance with the 27 pay plan. The governor concurs with the agency's revised estimate in FY23. That budget committee concurs with the governor's recommendation in FY23.
Committee, any questions for Representative Ballard in regards to fiscal year 2023? Seeing none, 2024.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The agency request of $68.8 million includes the $35.6 million in state general fund and expenditures, and we still keep the 927 full-time positions. This is an all funds decrease of $2.3 million, including a decrease of 2.8 general funds for 2023. We have the 27.7 pay plan, and it does not include funds related to the 27.7 pay plan. The funds are reflected in the KDAD's budget and will be transferred to the agencies during FY24. This appears as a decrease of $6 million below the agency's 23 revised estimate. The enhanced request related to staff salaries. The agency's 24 budget request includes 2 enhancement requests totaling $1.5 million in state general funds, and the funding would be used for agency support staff salary increases. The governor recommends expenditures of $64.4 million, including $34.1 million state general fund for 24. This is a decrease of $1.5 million. All state general funds below the agency's request. This decrease is due to the governor not recommending the agency's enhancement requests for support staff salary increases. The Budget Committee concurs with the governor's recommendation for FY24. Stand for questions, Mr. Chair.
Is one of the reasons why the governor did not recommend enhancement number 1 is because they would be included in her pay plan increase?
Yes.
All right. Committee, any questions for fiscal year 2024? Representative Helgerson.
I think you'd received also a letter from a parent, and I'm not sure if they were present, about the concern of beds being reduced or closing of facilities. Do you have any idea where the parents or the families would be getting that idea?
Representative Ballard.
Are they referring to KNI? If so, there is no decrease in beds there. In fact, if we think of KNI, if you remember, we went through the moratorium where at one point we wanted to close it, then we could not close this facility here in Topeka, and then there was a moratorium. Unless you wouldn't be able to find those services, and remember, we're talking about severe, then you could not get into KNI. What we found out from the superintendent this time is that the moratorium is lifted, and they have taken 2 additional people into KNI, which is really unusual because generally it's like 1 and then you don't hear about it anymore. And they're encouraging more people to use facilities because communities are not equipped to handle the kind of cases that they have, very severe and everything else. So from that standpoint, no, KNI is taking people now, so I don't know where they would get that from. And I haven't heard anything with Parsons. At KNI, we have 126 beds, and they are full. And the average census is like 125. At Parsons, we have 163 beds. And so it's a total of 289 beds. So I don't know where that would come from. Because we haven't received anything. We didn't get any testimony, and we had over 30 people come and tell us that they just don't do anything to KNI. We continually hear that.
Representative Helgerson.
I'll share you the letter. This is from the president of the Guardian Group, and I assumed you had a copy of it, but I'll share this with you. That they voiced some concern about it, and I'd never heard about it. So.
I had neither, but okay. I would welcome that letter because I want to know specifically what they're referring to. In that, I would hope they're not talking about workers because workforce is reduced. But we have to keep that at KNI and at those other facilities because they're so severe. It's either by machine, it's either suction, it's feeding them, or they can't get around. They have to be able to move from place to place. It's not like they're mobile or anything like that. So if it's a workforce issue, maybe that's a problem. But we haven't heard anything along those lines of not having beds.
Any additional questions? Representative Helgerson? You're done. Any further discussion in regards to fiscal year 2024? All right, seeing none, Representative Ballard.
Thank you. Mr. I close.
Make a motion.
Oh, I'm sorry. I had to make a motion first before I close, right? I move that we accept the 2023 and 2024 budget.
All right,
As
committee,
approved.
you've heard the motion. Is there a second? Second by Representative Helgerson. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Well, thank you.
Motion passes. Okay, thank you, Chairman Mason and Representative Ballard. We'll go ahead and move on to the next budget report outs, and I'm going to turn it over to Chairman Hoffman from the General Government Budget, and I believe we're going to start with the Judicial Branch. Chairman Hoffman.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. If you turn to page 239 is where that starts, and that's in the red folder. And the 2023 analysis starts on page 245. You'll also see that in our yellow and blue sheets that there's a Senate recommendations at the beginning, and I'm not sure why they always put them at the beginning. I think we need to flip that. All right, so if you go to page 3 is where, 2, and then the analysis starts at page 3 of the yellow. Agency submits a revised estimate of $184.8 million in expenditures, including $172.5 million SGF in 23. That's an all funds increase of $132,000 or less than 1% above the 23 approved. It adds $1.6 million from the electronic filing fee fund for operating expenditures for e-filing and $255,000 in federal funds for the new Bryan Grant discretionary fund. The awarded grant establishes a new veteran treatment court in the 18th Judicial District Court located in Sedgwick County over a 36-month period. These courts are specialized dockets that utilize therapeutic or problem-solving procedures to address underlying factors that may be contributing to a part as involvement in the criminal justice system like mental health, drug, alcohol, and other addictions. Increase are partially offset by a reduction of $1.7 million from docket fees. They have 2,002 FTEs in 23. It's an increase of 2 FTEs above what the fiscal year 23 approved amount. The request deletes 20 FTE positions in the District Court of Appeals and adds 21 positions in Information Services and the Office of Judicial Administration. They also have a revised estimate including capital improvements, including $100,000 SGF for library stacks, compact shelving, and $110,000 for IT help desk. It's a reduction in capital improvements expenditures of $190,000 below the fiscal year 23 approved budget. The governor, of course, as you know, is required to pass the judicial branch's budget on without any changes, which she did. And then our committee, after looking at it, we recommended no other changes also.
Committee, any questions for Chairman Hoffman in regards to fiscal year 2023? Seeing none, you may now proceed with 2024. Chairman Hoffman.
We'll go on to 2024. Agency requests $206.8 million, expenditures $194.8 million SGF, and 2,007 FTE positions for 24. It's an increase of $22 million or 11% and 5 FTE positions. The request is a $9.4 million SGF enhancement for salary increases for non-judicial employees for fiscal year 24. The increase provides an 8.5% salary increase for non-judicial employees, and it's designed to offset inflationary pressures. The amount of the increase is equal to the increase in consumer price index at the time of the budget. Then there's a $680,000 SGF enhancement and 5 FT positions for additional staff. The agency notes that these expansions would be for technology services statewide and cybersecurity protection. Then there's an increase of 6.9 million SGF to enhance expenditures for judicial salary increases. That's an increase of 15.3% for judges for 2024. Again, they cited how they got to there, saying that they're ranked 43rd out of 50 states. There's an enhancement request of 5.1 million, including 5.3 million SGF. A majority of that is increase in salaries and wages, including district courts, 4.1, appellate courts, 152, Office of Judiciary Administration, 192, Information Services, 99,000, and Judicial and Professional Review, 6,000. It also is an increase of 422,000 in contractual services. The agency indicated that due to limited information technology staff available, vendors may be necessary to assist with the modification or development of applications. They had a $300,000 SGF increase in capital improvements and $50,000 for the Judicial Branch Learning Center. Again, the governor forwarded that request on to us, and so we looked at it. If you'll see on page 4, we did make some changes. We deleted a 16.3 million SGF to not adopt the agency's salary adjustment pay plan for fiscal year 2024 and recommends the House Committee on Appropriations review the request during deliberations on the statewide 5% pay plan. But we did go further we decided that we'd go ahead and set a priority if we were looking at the different positions. And after looking at the different positions, we did set a priority that we feel like the district magistrate judges deserve consideration first, and then the non-judicial employees, and then all other judges and justices. And then there is a note that they are not included in the governor's 5% pay increase. We also deleted 5 FT positions to partially adopt the agency's enhancement request for additional staff positions. So basically what that paragraph says is that we gave them the SGF money for the 5 positions, but we did not give them the 5 positions because they have plenty of unfilled, non-funded vacancy positions. And after talking to them, they said, well, we can use some of those for these 5 positions. So their FT count won't go up. They'll just be using the same 5 FTs. And then we also recommend that the House Committee on Appropriations review statutes that regulate judicial compensation during deliberation on the statewide 5% pay increase. We request additional information from the agency on the magistrate judge pay parity before such deliberations. And then we also wanted to make a note that there is a Senate bill. It's Senate Bill 152, and it would adjust the statewide salaries for. When it started, it was just for the statewide elected positions, but I believe that it's either going, before it gets out of the Senate, it's either going to include the judges or it already has. Maybe I'm not sure if where they at with that. But what it would do is it would set judges' salaries to a percentage of federal judges' salaries. And so it's something we think that we need to continue to watch, and might be something that we want to actually take a really good look at when going forward. So with that, that's 2024, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you, Chairman Hoffman. So the 5 positions that they were asking for are going to be absorbed by the vacancies that they currently have within the judicial branch?
Exactly, yes.
And then just for those who are new to the committee, the judicial branch is considered a 3rd branch of government, and that is the reason why it passes through the governor, that she cannot make any changes to their budget. So that is the reason why they are not being considered in the 5% pay increase that the governor had for all the other state employees, because they had a different pay structure. We're all going to have that discussion when we start talking about exactly how we want to address the pay increases for our state employees, and then most likely the judges and non-judge staff will fall into that as well. In regards to Senate Bill 152, Do we know where that is currently in the Senate?
No, I don't, and I'm sorry. I meant to look that up before this morning, and I forgot. It's in Ways and Means. No hearing's been set? Okay.
All right, thank you.
But I do believe it's the vice chairman's bill, so most likely it might get a hearing eventually.
Probably so. Committee, any questions in regards to the judicial branch for 2024? Seeing none, Chairman Hoffman.
All right. I move the adoption of judicial branches 2023 and 2024 budget.
All right, committee, you've heard the motion. Is there a second? Second by Representative Turk. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Chairman Hoffman.
All right, we'll go to the Judicial Council next. Page 267, I think it's just the next after the judicial branch in our book. Yeah. If you remember, the Judicial Council is actually not part of the judicial branch. It's not, but it is a, it's loosely associated with them. A lot of times, especially our Judiciary Committee, will send bills to the Judicial Council for them to look at, to consider whether or not they need to be, changed as far as the bills. But they also do other things. They do publications for judiciary, for lawyers and such out in the community. So the agency submitted a revised estimate of $647,000, all from special revenue funds and 5 FT positions. 23, it's the same amount approved by the 2022 legislature. Approximately 82.7% of the budget is for personnel expenditures, which includes compensation for its council members, members of various advisory committees, and agency staff. Other expenditures include $35,000 to reimburse mileage expenses for members attending judicial council and advisory committee meetings, and then other various some computer upgrades and preparation, publication, mailing, supplemental of the council's publications. Even though they're not part of the judicial council, the judicial branch, they still fall under the same as the judicial branch, and so the governor simply has to report their budget forward. And after our committee looked at their budget, we concurred with the governor's recommendation.
All right, thank you, Chairman Hoffman. Committee, are there any questions in regards to fiscal year 2023? Seeing none, you may move on to 2024.
All right, 2024, the agency requests $694,000, all from special revenue funds, 5 FT positions. For 2024, it's an increase of $48,000, or 7.5% above the 23 revised estimate. The increase is primarily due to changes in salaries and wages to fund a vacant full-time administrative assistant position. Previously, this position had been a part-time position, which the agency notes does not provide sufficient administrative support. That's $31,000. And then the governor, again, just continued their budget forward, and we did the same. I will say, if you guys remember, last week we did pass out the bill in 2184. We passed it out of the House. What that bill would do is, right now, they receive a portion of docket fees. That bill would, much like what we did last year with the judicial branch, it would move those docket fees to go straight to SGF, and we would then, starting in 24, we would just give them an SGF appropriation. They still do have a publication fee fund. That fee fund would continue in the agency. They would continue to put money into that fund. Excuse me. I'm sorry. But it would go into SGF at the end of the year. Any monies in that would go into SGF at the end of the year. So with that,
And I didn't know if Representative Turk, if you wanted to elaborate on the bill, because you carried that last week.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The positive to that is the first year it'll net $26,000. So the the impact is positive at the moment. So over the course of time, of course, things change, but the Judicial Council is in good shape at the moment.
All All right, thank you, Representative Turk. Representative Owens.
No, he doesn't want to.
Representative Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Not to belabor the fact, doing a quick search on who is the Judicial Council, judges, lawyers, members of the general public, and if they're all compensated, so a judge as a state employee would also get additional compensation for serving on this. Is that right? I don't know.
Chairman
I
Hoffman?
wouldn't think so. But
No, I believe that
like
they're
normal.
just
Just like
normally
okay.
compensated, yeah.
All right. Well, I was trying to find specifically if it was, because, sometimes things get missed. So not a problem. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any further discussion in regards to fiscal year 2024 for the Judicial Council?
Just to be
Hoffman.
clear, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to be clear, yeah, the judges do not get extra for serving on it. They just get their normal salary. Yeah, make that clear.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, Chairman Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would move the adoption of fiscal year 2023 and 2024 for the Judicial Council.
All right, committee, you've heard the motion. Is there a second? Seconded by Representative Turk. All those in favor say aye. Opposed? That was an enthusiastic aye. Motion passes. We will now move on to the Office of Administrative Hearings. Chairman Hoffman.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Page 547 is where their analysis starts. All right. And their 2023 analysis starts on page 551. So the agency submits a revised estimate of $1.7 million, all from Administrative Hearings Office Fund in expenditures and 14 FT positions in 23. It's the same amount as approved in the 2022 Legislature. Governor concurs, and the Budget Committee concurred.
Any questions for Chairman Hoffman in regards to fiscal year 2023? All right, seeing none, Chairman Hoffman.
All right, the agency requested in 2024 $1.7 million, all from Administrative Hearings Office Fund and 14 FT positions for 2024. That's an increase of $14,793 or 0.9% above the 23 revised estimate. That's primarily attributed to the agency's enhancement request for $32,000 to implement a 5% salary increase for administrative law judges. The agency notes that the ALJs earn a starting salary of $85,000. According to the agency, this is significantly less than comparable state employees. They argue that the compensation increases are necessary to recruit and retain qualified judges and other staff. Agency has indicated that the compensation gap hinders the ability to recruit and retain qualified employees. The governor recommended expenditures of $1.7 million, all from the Office of Hearing Fund and 14 FT positions. It's a decrease of the $32,915 or 1.1% below the estimate. Basically, the governor did not recommend the enhancement request for the salary increase of the ALJs for 2024. And we looked at, and I think the reason why the governor did not okay it is it was 5%, which is they would be included in the 5% increase and or the overall increase that the governor's done for all employees. But in looking at their salaries, they are at $85,000. It really was, I was very surprised at this. So their law judges are at $85,000. The same type of judge in the Department of Labor is making $126,000. And all they have to do, well, maybe not all they have to do, I guess maybe not the right word, but all they're responsible for is the Department of Labor. The ALJ, or these judges, are responsible for every other agency and all the different, there's a lot of different things that come up. So what we did is we looked at that that would be I think it ended up being like a 30% increase in salaries, something like that. It's huge. And so we didn't feel like that was something that we wanted to do in 1 year. So we decided to put them on a pay plan for over 2 years. So we added $138,523 from the Administrative Office Fund for the first year of a 2-year pay scale adjustment and it would bring them up to 5% of the Department of Labor. So it wouldn't actually bring them up to 126,000, brings them up within 5% of that 126,000. And then in 2025, it would be, there'd be another increase of this, over the 2 years, it would bring them up to that within 5% of the Department of Labor's administrative judges. So, I mean, I think if we're going to continue to be able to get people into this, we're going to have to give them some sort of a pay increase. And this is the only one that we did not send to Omnibus, was our committee.
All right, thank you, Chairman Hoffman. Questions for Chairman Hoffman, Representative Sutton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am surprisingly comfortable with this pay increase, and here's why. Over the last few years, we've recognized that salaries for state employees suffer when compared to the private sector. This one actually is compared to the public sector. It's compared to other lawyers that we hire in other departments. And so the umbrella approach of giving everyone a 5% raise actually digs the hole deeper in that disparity, because a 5% raise for a $100,000 employee is greater than a 5% raise for an $80,000 a year employee. So that inequity actually expands as we try to help everyone out and help everyone out equally. So as we noticed in the State Employee Compensation Committee, we can't do this on an umbrella overall sort of approach anymore. We're just making the problem worse. We need to actually focus on specific job titles and getting them up to speed. So I congratulate the subcommittee for doing that work and tuning into what exactly is necessary on a micro level rather than on a macro level. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any further questions for Chairman Hoffman? Seeing none, Chairman Hoffman.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Excuse me. I would move that the 2023 and 2024 budgets for the Office of Administrative Hearings be passed as presented.
All right, committee, you've heard the motion, seconded by Representative Turk. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Chairman Hoffman.
All right, we'll go to the Department of Labor, which is actually in your other book. It's in the green. Page 1227. This particular one is if you go to page 1233, their 2023 analysis, there is a lot there. They asked for a lot of supplements and a lot of different things. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to send you to page 1240. And you'll see in 1240, it shows the supplement requests and then basically what the governor put in. So the agency submitted a revised estimate of $233 million in on-budget expenditures and 442 on-budget FT positions in 23. including $30 million SGF, $138 million from UI Trust Fund, $34 million from federal funds. The revised estimate represents an increase of $14.8 million above the approved 22 legislature. That includes 7 supplemental requests totaling $25.6 million. In spending, the largest request is for $16.5 million to support continued pandemic unemployment assistance. They also requested $3 million SGF for underfunded positions and the UI modernization project, $3.9 million SGF for UI program positions, and then $1.5 million SGF to repay overpayment of unemployment benefits owed by the Federal Emergency Management Agency for the Lost Wages Assistance Program. The 2023 revised estimate also includes $378,000 in off-budget expenditures and 2.9 off-budget FTE positions, which are categorized as such to avoid double counting payments from one state agency to another. The 2023 off-budget expenditures is a decrease of $110,000 below the approved amount. So instead of reading what the governor did, what I'm going to do is go to page 1240. And basically, the governor did not recommend any of their supplements. So if you look on page 1240, the agency's supplements, what she did do was add $20.5 million for the UI system modernization. So that $20.5 million, and I was assured by the agency, that will finish out the modernization program. So that is what they need to do the final payment and all to finish out the how much they needed for the modernization program, and that keeps them within budget of what they had already figured it was going to cost. So basically, instead of maybe doing it over the next couple of years, they just the governor just does $20.5 million just to say this is how much it's going to cost. What we did is we deleted because the governor took it out of SGF funds. We deleted the $20.5 million SGF and added the same amount from federal funds for fiscal year 24. It's the amount from the Legislature Employment Security Fund in the Legislative Coordinating Council for ARPA account. The Kansas Department of Labor would fund the UI modernization project through that fund instead. So if you remember rightly, that fund, we put last year a certain amount of money into LCC and said, we're going to do a study, decide how much we have paid out in fraud, and then after that, then there will be an amount put into our UI unemployment trust fund accordingly. That was done. That was like I think $103 million was the final amount that was put in. So that left a little over $100 million in that fund. So this $20 million would just come out of that fund, and so the final part would be paid for by those federal funds.
Have you concluded 2023?
Yes, sorry, Mr. Chairman.
Any questions for fiscal year 2023? Representative Corbett.
Thank you, Chairman. Do they have the same computer system now as they had when the problem was going on?
Yes.
Chairman Hoffman.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And then
it's the same. They're working on getting the new one up, but we're working right now off of the old system.
And the other thing that I get a lot of calls from constituents on, they cannot understand, out of 400 and some employees, they have no place they can go in and talk to somebody face to face when they have a problem. And you'd think if you were any other kind of business and you were running something this big, there would be some eye-to-eye contact so you could get your problem solved a little quicker maybe. Is there any thought on that?
Chairman Hoffman.
Yeah, and actually that has been the way it's been several years since we had any unemployment offices actually face to face. I'm not sure how long, but it's been within, probably 8-9 years, I would say, since we had actual unemployment offices where you could go in face to face.
And that's probably good, but when you can't find anybody to answer your phone or the computer, and you're kind of trying to get your bills paid, it's you have nowhere to go.
Chairman Hoffman.
Yeah, and I will not deny that I think they're still having issues with not answering all the phones. I think they're doing better, but Chairman Tarwater could probably speak on that better than I can as far as where they are on their percentage of answering phones. But they're better than they were, but I think there's still some that are having trouble getting through.
Any further discussion in regards to fiscal year 2023? Representative Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you explain a little bit more about this? I'm going to do my best to not, because we haven't had labor here yet this year, but okay. So when they enhanced the $300 to $400 a week for the unemployment, came from a FEMA grant of $44 billion, and we have to pay. We only overpaid $1.5 million. This does not make a lick of sense.
Chairman Hoffman.
Yeah, I remember us talking about that because I was concerned, well, if we owe this, how's it going to be paid back?
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Chairman Hoffman.
Well, I'm not sure. Yes, thank you. It would just have to be out of their current resources, I guess, if they pay it. I remember us talking about it, and I cannot remember exactly what they said that they had a plan to pay it, and I can't remember now what it was.
And
Representative Rogers.
I just may be off topic, but is the building full again, or are they getting hazard pay if they're showing up physically, or what? And maybe that's for Chairman Tarwater, but are they back? Because that seems to be the agency that's getting the most action.
Chairman Hoffman.
You know?
Yeah, I'm not sure if there's still some remote, but my guess is that there are still some remote.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Helgerson.
20.5 that you referenced, that's part of the 167, is that correct?
Chairman Hoffman.
That's correct.
I thought we committed that money that was part of the committed funds, which would have been the 300 and some million, that was committed by the LCC.
No, as far as I'm understanding, there's still 167 still in their in the LCC's budget, I guess, for this.
Representative Helgerson.
Okay, but it was not part of the 300 and some million that was committed by the LCC.
You're talking about State Finance Council?
Yeah, I'm sorry, State
No,
Finance.
that's not part of it.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Sutton.
Never mind. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm trying to get my head around this and trying to figure out where. It seems to me that we've approved funding for their modernization, I don't know, 7, 8 times now, and so I'm trying to figure out which tranche this is in, and if it's already been appropriated and we're just rubber stamping it. I'm trying to figure this whole process out right now.
Chairman Tallwater, do you have a comment?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, so if the committee remembers in the Commerce bill to modernize, we took $500 million of the federal funds and put it into a pot. $250 million went into the trust fund right away. The rest was on the sidelines until we had an audit, and the audit came back. We added another, I think, $103 million. The rest is still there. And the rest can be used, according to the federal government, the rest can be used for modernization. So all this is doing is taking those leftover funds and allowing us to use it. Otherwise, they'll just sit there.
Representative Sutton?
That makes it clear as mud, and I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any further discussion in regards to 2023?
And
Representative,
by the way, Mr. Chairman, everyone's unemployment was reduced this year by $70-some million, I believe, as a result of your work.
any further discussion in regards to 2023? All right, seeing none, Chairman Hoffman, you move on to 2024.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move to 2024. Agency requested $197.5 million in on-budget expenditures, $443.2 million on-budget FTEs, including $22 million SGF and $137.6 million from UI Trust Fund, $17.5 million from federal funds. This represents a decrease of $35.8 million. This is from the revised 2023. This request includes enhancement funding for 5 items totaling $17.3 million in additional spending. The largest is $10 million SGF for the unfunded portion of the UI project. This is an increase of $7 million SGF above the amount requested for the same purpose in 2023. The agency estimated the cost for modernization to be $16.3 million for 2024, $6.3 million of which is currently funded. Project task scheduling for 2024 include user acceptance testing, end-to-end testing, training, and go-live operations. The agency also requested $6.7 million SGF for UI program positions for fiscal year 2024. That's an increase of $2.8 million SGF above the amount requested for the same purpose in 2023. These positions were established to address the backlog resulting from COVID-19 pandemic, and the agency indicates other funding sources are not currently available to allocate to these positions. The request also includes $418,000 in off-budget expenditures and $2.9 off-budget FTEs, which are categorized as such to avoid duplication. The governor recommended $180.2 million in on-budget expenditures, 443 on-budget FT positions fiscal year 24, including $4.8 million SGF and $137.6 million UI Trust Fund, $34 million from federal funds. The recommendation is a decrease of $17.3 million below the agency request and is primarily due to funding the unfunded portion of the UI modernization project in 23 instead of 24. The decrease is also due to the governor recommendation not to adopt their enhancement of 6.7 for UI program personnel, additional law enforcement personnel, and salary increases for IT department. The recommendation also includes $418,000 in off-budget expenditures and 2.9 off-budget FT positions. The Budget Committee concurred with the governor's recommendation for fiscal year 24 with the following notation. The Budget Committee is concerned with the high turnover in the agency's IT department and recommends the House Committee on Appropriations review during the deliberation on statewide 5% pay increases. Furthermore, the Budget Committee requests additional information from the agency, including the current salaries of IT staff, what those salaries would be increased to, and what market pay for those positions are. So of the different enhancements that we looked at, much like what we did for the Department of Administrative Hearings, we were trying to find something that was justify increasing the IT staff salaries. We really couldn't find anything that they had given us, so we decided to punt it and get more information. But I do think that their IT salaries do need to have a second look, and so that's what we are indicating in our budget request, recommendation.
All right, thank you, Chairman Hoffman. Committee, is there any discussion in regards to fiscal year 2024? Representative Sutton, then Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There are so many moving parts going on in Department of Labor that a turnover issue I would probably not list salary as number one component to that disease. But it does beg the question, if it's the IT department that's having turnover issues, how is that affecting the modernization project?
Chairman Hoffman.
And that's a very good question.
I have those sometimes.
Yeah, well, every once in a while. Yeah. I think if I remember rightly, their turnover in just the IT is like 25%, if I'm remembering correctly. So it's big, and I'm not sure it's probably affecting it too much right now because right now that's being worked on by a vendor, but eventually it could because eventually they're going to be the individuals that are administering that program once the vendor has got it done. And I mean, they're working on it with them, but not to the extent they will be once it's finalized. So I do think my understanding is the IT department is the highest turnover department in the agency. So it's something that we thought really needed to have more information, but we didn't have any information on salaries, how much they're under market, or anything like that. So we just wanted more information before we made a decision.
Representative Sutton.
I agree. I think that's a smart move to get some more information on that. We are going to need employees trained up on the new system when the new system goes live. Otherwise, we're going to be paying a vendor forever and ever. And they're probably okay with that, but it's going to require some rather steep appropriations if we let it get like that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ditto. I mean, I would hate to say, I will just say minds think alike. I wouldn't say great minds, but anyway.
One out of two is not
Right, and I know we're the Appropriations Committee and we think about salaries, but I find it laughable. I mean, salaries go a long way, but I think with what we've experienced, all of us, either directly or indirectly from the Department of Labor, I think you need to do a deeper dive than simply salaries for IT or for whatever. Because IT had challenges all over the place. So I guess that's where I'm a little, throwing more money. We've tried that in many different things. It still doesn't help morale. And with KDOT and another, I mean, we could spend the rest of the day talking about these other agencies. So that's where I guess I'm a little, I mean, I understand that, but I think if we're really going to try to turn that ship in labor, it's more in a deeper dive than just the IT. I mean, I get it, and those are positions that are highly skilled. So I get that part, but I think as we look at the whole picture, maybe labor should have a little brighter light shown on it with to make sure we get people to come back and get people that have that experience, that we don't have continued more turnover once things are taken care of. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Tarwater.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I believe I agree with the previous speaker that the Department of Labor does need a lot of help, and we do need to look at it closer. But these IT positions are not the ones that are stressed. The people on the phones is the job that is the worst job over there, because they get yelled at all day long. These IT people that they're looking for now have to be highly specialized, because the old system is so old and the coding is so intertangled that it's almost impossible to find people that can actually do it. And so that's what they're asking for here, I believe.
Any further discussion in regards to fiscal year 2024? Seeing none, Chairman Hoffman.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would move the adoption of fiscal year 2023 and 2024 for the Department of Labor.
All right, committee, you've heard the motion. Is there a second? Seconded by Representative Turk. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The faint ayes seem to have it. We'll go ahead and move on to the next budget, and that is the Real Estate Appraisal Board with Chairman Hoffman again. Chairman Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just because I like to do it, we're back in the red folder. So I know. Sorry, I didn't plan very well on that one, did I? All right. Now that we've got the easy ones, we'll go to the appraiser board, which is, I'm sure we'll have lots of questions. No, hopefully not. All right, page 765.
Yeah, we don't. Do you have it?
The agency submits a revised estimate of expenditures of $353,175 from special revenue funds in 2023. It's the same amount approved for the 2022 legislature. The governor concurred with the agency's revised estimate in 2023. The budget committee, we concurred with their estimate financially. What we did, but we did talk to them a little bit about, it's called the PARA, which is the Practical Applications of Real Estate Appraisal. And we talked to them quite a bit about the lack of appraisers, that banks are having a hard time finding independent appraisers, things like that. There is this program that is a federal program. Our understanding from them is it's not quite finished yet, but we want them to stay a little bit more on top of it than I think they have in the past. And so we recommended that to review the PARA program and to begin taking part in the program as soon as possible in order to facilitate an increase in the number of appraisers available in Kansas, and then to present to us a report in appropriations and to general government budget by January 31st of 2024.
Committee, any questions in regards to fiscal year 2023? Representative Sutton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Really, I just, could you give us a little bit more color on that? What is the relationship between the PERIA program and increasing the number of appraisers? I'm not sure how those two work together.
Chairman Hoffman.
Okay, so in essence, it's an alternative education model that uses online and virtual training instead of the supervisor and training model. So the Appraisers Qualification Board hopes that this will alleviate the burden that we have on lack of supervisor appraisals willing to take trainees. The Kansas Real Estate Board is currently willing to give someone 50% experience credit to someone who completes the PARA course. So in essence, one of their biggest problems is getting someone to tutor, I guess, or supervise a young appraiser. This course is supposed to help with that and kind of give them the necessary toolage, I guess, without going that step.
Interesting. So is it the case then that
You will, but
current appraisers are unwilling? They're unwilling to tutor newcomers. Is that competition in the field? Or what's driving that? That doesn't make sense to me.
I'm not sure. I mean, it could be competition, but I also think we don't have enough appraisers. I mean, that's what the banks are telling us, is we don't have enough appraisers. So,
well,
I don't know. And it may just be simply, too, that you've got appraisers that are saying, hey, I got too much on my plate because there's not enough of them out there. I got too much. I don't want to have to try to toolage
solve
someone.
the problem.
Yeah. So, well, yeah. And I'll tell you, we were pretty hard on the board because we felt like the board kind of came in kind of lackadaisical and was like, well, there's not a problem. We're doing all we can. And we found out about this program, and I wouldn't say that the board is pushing this as much as they probably should. And so that's the reason why we decided to put it in here, have them report back to us where they are on it, and hopefully kind of push them to get something done.
For a smaller,
Representative Sutton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wrap up and say, well, for a smaller agency, I think this might be one that we should be paying attention to a little bit.
I believe so.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
any further discussion in regards to 2023? Representative Turk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To further add on to that, really, we're seeing it across the board in many agencies that the rate of retirements supersede and have a gap in between the rate of new onboarded personnel. So I wouldn't say it's a lack of or unwillingness to assist. I think it's just more a law of numbers. There's just not enough people still left to provide enough support to fill that gap, if that makes sense. I don't think they're just sitting there going, "No, I don't want to play." It's there may only be one guy left, and they have a vacancy to fill 5. So this fills that gap. It turns it from an OJT model to a CBT model, an online training model, and which is more intuitive to this new generation anyway. So really, this all makes sense, and it was our desire to emphasize that we need to embrace this new approach in order to fill these in an expedited fashion, if that makes sense. Help. All right.
Any further discussion in regards to 2023? Seeing none, Chairman Hoffman, you may move on to 2024.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The agency requested $357,000 from special revenue funds and 2 FTE positions for fiscal year 2024. It's an increase of $4,052. Increase is for salaries and wages due to employer group health insurance and of $2,514 and then $2,514 in contractual services. The governor recommended the agency's request, and the budget committee concurred.
Any questions in regards to 2024? Seeing none, we may move on to 2025.
2025, the agency requested $362,805 special revenue funds, 2 FT positions. It's an increase of $5,578. The request is an increase in contractual services offset by a decrease in salaries and wages. Governor concurred, and and the budget committee concurred with the governor.
All right, committee, any questions in regards to fiscal year 2025? Seeing none, Chairman Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would move the adoption of fiscal years 2023, 2024, and 2025 for the Real Estate Appraisal Board.
All right, committee, you've heard the motion, seconded by Representative Helgerson. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Chairman Hoffman.
All right, the one I've been looking for, the last one today. Real Estate Commission starts on page 777. Agency submitted a revised estimate of $1.6 million from special revenue funds, along with 12 FTE positions. In 2023, it's a decrease of $10,066 below the approved amount. They're just slight reductions in all expenditure categories. The governor concurred with the agency, and the budget committee concurred with the governor's recommendation. We couldn't argue with them decreasing.
Any questions in regards to 2023? Seeing none, you may move on to 2024.
All right. Agency requests $1.4 million, all from special revenue funds and 12 FT positions. That's a decrease of $180,402, or 11.4% below the 23 revised. The decrease is mainly in contractual services due to a one-time expenditure in fiscal year 23 for a licensing system that does not reoccur in fiscal year 24. The decrease is partially offset by slight increases in all other expenditure categories. The governor concurred with the agency, and the budget committee concurred with the governor.
All right, committee, any questions in regards to 2024? Representative Sutton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not going to argue with decreasing costs either. However, did the committee by any chance look at the performance indicators and make sure that even with these decreases that the job is getting done, so to speak?
Yeah, actually, we have my vice chair on the committee has been a hawk on to every one of the agencies and kind of pointed out to them their performance measures and some of the things that he'd like to see them change. And as you know, as a committee, we've kind of backed him up. And so, yeah, there's been quite a bit of discussion on performance measures. You know, performance measures that are more concrete, that we can actually see what's happening instead
That actually matter?
Yeah, that actually matter. Yeah.
Right. Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any further discussion in 2024? All right, seeing none, Chairman Hoffman, 2025.
All right. Agency requests $1.4 million from special revenue funds, 12 FTE positions for fiscal year '25. That's an increase of 16,454 above the 2024 request. Increase is primarily in employer contributions for health insurance and contractual services for printing and binding. Governor concurred, and the Budget Committee concurred with the governor.
Any discussion in regards to 2025? Excuse me. All right, seeing none, Chairman Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would move the 2023, 2024, and 2025 budgets for the Real Estate Commission.
All right, committee, you've heard the motion, seconded by Representative Helgerson. All those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. All right, thank you, Chairman Hoffman. We're going to go ahead and move on to Chairman Corbett with the Agriculture and Natural Resources Budget Committee, and I believe we have the printouts from the Budget Committee reports. They're going to be printed out right now. So right now, Chairman Corbett, please start with the Kansas Department of Health and Environment, Division of the Environment. Chairman Corbett.
Thank you.
Chairman Corbett.
Thank you, Chairman. The KDHE, I want to, before we get started here, I'd like to make a motion to amend the Barth Amendment.
To do what?
We haven't even had any discussion on that yet, so please go through the budget report, and then we'll have discussion on that.
Okay. So FY23, the agency estimates the Division of Environment revised FY23 expenditures $153.5 million, including $36.8 million SGF. This is an all-funds increase of $5.5 million, or 3.7% above FY23 amount approved. The agency's estimate includes the following adjustments. Federal funds, the agency estimates an increased receipt of COVID-19 funds for 23 specifically. The agency estimates an additional $2.1 million from the federal CDC due to the COVID lab equipment supplies. The agency estimates increased expenditures of $1.9 million from the Environmental Stewardship Fund in the revised FY23 estimate. These funds will primarily be spent on contractual services in the Bureau of Environmental Redemption. The agency estimates include the State Water Plan Fund reappropriations totaling $1,055,068. The majority of these funds carried over from projects for monitoring, analyzing, and preventing harmful algae blooms in the Kansas lakes. The agency revised estimates include 488 FTE positions, a decrease of 16.9 FTE positions due to the approved number. The decrease is all in the lab area. The governor recommendation. The governor concurs with the state agency's FY23 revised estimate. The budget committee concurs with the government's recommendations with the following adjustments. Add $400,000 SGF for language requiring KDHE to contract with an independent third party to study the effects, including any potential adverse effects of commercial or industrial transmission lines, wind turbines, solar arrays, and hydrogen hubs on the health and safety of humans, animals, and other environmental impacts, including air and water. In addition, add language prohibiting KDHE from using permits, certifications for commercial and industrial transmission lines, wind turbines, solar arrays, or hydrogen hubs, and requiring any public utility that is currently constructing a transmission line, wind turbine, solar array, or hydrogen hub project denying financial during the fiscal year of 23 to inform KDHE of such project.
All right, committee, any discussion in regards to 2023? Representative Estes.
Mr. Chair, I declare a conflict of interest and would like to leave the room.
That is fine. Representative Woodard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a little bit of concern with the language prohibiting KDHE from issuing permits and certifications, so I'd have a motion to strip out the prohibition language.
All right, committee, you've heard the motion. Is there a second? Second by Representative Helgerson. Discussion on the motion. Can you please elaborate on your motion again?
Yeah, so the proviso for the year, it would strip out the prohibition on KDHE on issuing permits and certifications for commercial or industrial transmission lines, wind turbines, solar arrays, and hydrogen hubs.
So just a second paragraph.
Yeah.
All right, discussion on the motion. Representative Hoffman.
So your amendment would keep the first, it would keep the study in place?
Representative Woodard.
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay.
Let me go to Corbett.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I have a real concern even with, I appreciate this motion. I have a concern with the study in itself too. I think the moratorium, we cannot put a moratorium on. It would be devastating for a lot of issues that we have. I mean, we start putting a moratorium on companies being able to do electrical construction for our utilities. It would certainly start causing some problems. But I also think that the study also causes us some issues. For one thing, I think $400,000 is not nearly enough. For all that they're asking, probably looking at more like $4 million when looking at some of the other things. And then we have a potential right now to possibly get one of several grants from the Department of Energy for a hydrogen hub. And that hub would benefit farmers and ranchers out west in lower cost for hydrogen, which is part of the ingredients for much of our fertilizer. And I think it would be devastating for us if we, at this point, said, well, we're going to do a study on the potential adverse effects of transmission lines, turbines, solar arrays, and hydrogen hubs. It just sends a bad, it sends the wrong message to the Department of Energy that we are maybe not open to hydrogen hubs. And I'll be the first to say that I am not I am skeptical of electric cars and all the things that go along with it. But I also feel like that we should be looking at all the above approach. And as long as we're maintaining our base load with coal and gas and things like that, I think that wind and solar, they play a part in keeping our system working for probably a lower cost. So with that, I will make a motion a substitute motion to strike both paragraphs and in this budget recommendation.
Now, this also cascades into 2024. Does that include 2024?
Yes, I'll do 2024 also.
All right, committee, you've heard the substitute motion, seconded by Representative Ballard. Discussion on the motion. Chairman Corbett.
Thank you, Chairman. With the Woodward amendment, it allows all businesses to go forward and do whatever they need to do in Kansas and still make money and still keep the state moving. But it also, I don't get many calls from KCC or KDHE, but I get a lot of calls from constituents that get a little hacked off with all this stuff going on. And I think with all this stuff, the windmills and all the stuff mentioned, there's no use kicking this can. I'd like to know, and so would my constituents, if this stuff really does harm, as it says in the amendment. I mean, I don't see how anybody sitting here, if the business goes forward, can actually be afraid and deny the constituents of this state a chance to realize if there are problems or if not. If nothing comes out, it's a great deal. But if it does, the vote needs to be to let it go forward and let's do the study. That's just my comments.
Representative Owens.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And my comments are somewhat similar. I actually was going to make the exact same amendment that the Representative Woodard did early on. You know, the moratorium is not a good. That should certainly be a county-by-county decision. I know currently in my county there's a moratorium of 6 months on wind projects because of various factors that are going on there. But I don't think that there is any harm in truly looking at and trying to either confirm or dispel all of the data that is out there as it relates to these alternative energy sources. The federal government, on a regular basis, has reports that fit one narrative or another narrative for whatever they want to put out there or whatever they want to do. I don't think that us doing a study on the potential adverse effects is going to have any bearing on the decision, especially if there's no moratorium stopping things from moving forward. I think every citizen has a right to fully understand. And again, along the same lines as Chairman Corbett, I don't know how it plays out, but if there's nothing adverse that's out there, then maybe we can put the whole conversation to bed for years and years to come if we actually have this study. So I'm going to oppose the substitute and support the original.
Representative Howell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've been trying to dissect kind of the intention behind this amendment, and I haven't put my finger on it. I understand there's a lot of constituent concern about potential energy projects and maybe their home counties, but I think it's important for them to realize that the Kansas Supreme Court has upheld county moratoriums that originated in a case in Wabaunsee County where they enacted a moratorium, and of course plaintiffs argued at the level of the Kansas Supreme Court, but the Supreme Court upheld that counties do have that authority. And so I'm wondering, is this, if Chairman Corbett could comment, is this amendment specific to a few counties? But it appears that it applies to all 105 counties, but where is the issue? Is it in one or two counties? You know, what's going on?
Chairman Corbett.
The Woodward... Chairman?
Chairman Corbett.
Thank you. The Woodward Amendment has nothing to do with the moratorium on whatever thing's going. It basically lets everybody go as they are with county control, but this amendment just lets it go forward, do the study. The Supreme Court just said that the counties had the right to do what they were going to do. This study just lets the citizens know, with all the stuff going on in this state and the stuff that they want to do, I don't see how you could be any more against seeing what's out there and seeing how safe your constituents are going to be.
Representative Howell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just concerned about the unintended consequences of this amendment. I certainly think things need to be vetted, but I also believe in our local control and our structure of government. I remember years ago when I first moved to Saline County, there was a wind development project for Ellsworth County, and there was a lot of heartburn over there because they didn't have county zoning that spoke to some of these concerns. So there's unintended consequences of not having proper zoning regulations and things like that that deal with development of wind development or transmission. So I really think it needs to be a local issue. And I think there's a lot of unanswered questions, really. I think maybe this deserves a separate bill for consideration. That way, proponents and opponents could offer testimony I do think it's important that the committee realizes that there is a moratorium in the Flint Hills of Kansas of wind development that affects 12 different counties. That's something that originated with Governor Sebelius, who was expanded under Governor Brownback and reaffirmed by Governor Kelly. So perhaps, the governor could weigh in a little bit on this particular issue. I don't know what counties are affected by potential energy projects, but in terms of the hydrogen hub, it's really a concept and a challenge by the federal government. And so it's nothing set in stone. It's a concept for how we can reposition the United States to produce energy domestically. And really what's going on internationally is we're de-globalizing. We're bringing back a lot of industry from overseas, from China. You see that in the semiconductor space. You're going to see it in the production of fertilizer, hopefully. So we're not dependent on foreign countries like Russia and China for some of our feedstocks and things like that. So I think this has far-reaching unintended consequences. I do think there's some definite concerns that need to be heard, but I think they need to be heard at the local level. I guess pertaining to me, I'm a licensed pesticide applicator, and part of this amendment, it says it includes the hazards and effects of runoff and drift of herbicides and pesticides. I mean, it's far-reaching. As a licensed applicator, I have to go through a certain amount of training and continuing education to maintain my license, and I just wonder what the problem is that's going on out there. Is there evidence of health concerns? There's just not a lot of information, a lot of unanswered questions. So I would support withdrawing the study and as well as this entire amendment. Thank you.
Representative Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick question, either for the maker of the substitute motion or the chair of the subcommittee. Has KDHE done studies on the health impacts or environmental impacts of, say, fossil fuels or atomic energy, things like that?
Chairman Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't believe they have, and that definitely is something that I'm concerned about. If this goes forward, then are we going to say, well, let's start looking at fossil fuels and other forms of energy to do health and safety of humans and animals? But that being aside, I will also say that I've had conversations with KDHE. They're not equipped to do this study. Especially for 400,000. I mean, it's too big. They are not equipped to do it. They would have to contract it out to some other outside agent, or some other outside entity.
Chairman Corbett.
Thank you, Chairman. In relation to the cost, if it's 400,000, it's about 14 cents a person. If it was 800,000, it's about a quarter. But this thing can't be done locally, and you can't do it like that because what are you going to have? One county declared safe to live in, and the other 104 or 102 stay out of. This study is well needed. It's needed now, and you're right. KDHE can't handle it, and that's why it's in there. We want an independent person to run this study, and it's great if everything. This stops no production, no enhancement. Everybody can do everything they want. But on the side, the study will just let you find out. It's just like when they found the uranium in the water there in western Kansas, out around Lincoln County. Who would have known there'd be uranium in your water? Let's do this study and just see what the hell's out there before we go on and turn this into something we can't stop later. So I strongly suggest you support the Woodward amendment and give Kansas a good, safe place to live.
Representative Turk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The hashing it out over prices are kind of irrelevant. I mean, you can guess if it's going to be 4 million, you can guess or whatever. We've got people. I know there are those that are interested in this as proposed. Clearly, the language is up for debate, and that's fine. I agree that there's an absolute need, if not in each county of the members of this body, though I can specifically say in mine, there is a need for this, and clearly we've got people that agree with that sitting in the audience today, and I really do believe we need to give this its due diligence. I would say that I'm against the modification. The Woodward amendment is worth consideration, but I say we add language on. Let's vote down this substitute amendment. Carry on with the original, and if we need to add language to make it more specific to satisfy the body, I would be on board with that, and I have language prepared.
Representative Carlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One of the problems I have with this is that I feel it came into the committee inappropriately. It was not introduced by staff, as they always introduce amendments and explain them to us, and we can ask questions. We didn't have a good conversation back and forth about that. We didn't have any opposition testimony. We didn't have any proponents, except for the person who carried the amendment. And we are not a utility committee, and I've been here a long time, and I went through the coal plant issue, and I know the studies that were, talked about, done, and what was going on then. But it's been a while since we've had, all of us, a good report on these things. But I'm not sure the Appropriations Committee is any better equipped to handle this issue than the subcommittee was, because I don't serve on utilities, none of them do. So I don't know. I do serve on ag. I understand the pesticide situation. We've done a lot with pesticide law, so anyway, I just have a problem with it, and I would support the substitute motion. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I apologize. Are we on the Hoffman? Is that where we are? Okay, the substitute motion, because we're talking about the one before that, so I just want to make sure we're all on the same page. Now, I guess this may be for Chairman Hoffman, because as you mentioned, and you've spent a lot of time dealing with energy in your legislative career, $400,000, so it could be up to $4 million. So what's $400,000 going to gain us? Because I will remind us, last year, this committee had $500,000 to look at the dairy industry in Kansas. And did it go as deep as possible? I'm just wondering, do you have any clue what this $400,000 would actually, can that cover everything that needs to cover, or would it be one portion of the state? That's where $400,000 to $4 million is a big jump.
Chairman Hoffman.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be able to say what it would cover, but it's not going to cover it all. This is quite in depth of a study. I mean, just what Representative Howell said. I mean, it gets into pesticide and herbicides, and where the tentacles go, I'm not sure. Once you start getting into, and it would have to be sent out an RFP, because there's no way that. In fact, I'm not even sure it could be even accomplished in 2023. It would actually probably be 2024. The fiscal year 2024 before it would even be able to be done. So I can't give you how much it would, but it would not be near the scope that they're asking for.
Well, Mr. Chairman, just very quickly.
Representative Rogers.
And it has said an independent third party, so I would assume that would be whoever would bid on that. And then, is it $400,000 plus additional costs, or their costs, and then how much? That's where, that's if I have a concern about that, is what exactly is going to be. But the committee passed it out, so that was my question. Thank you, Mr. Hoffman.
Yeah, and I think that brings to light the issue that we have with this amendment, is that it wasn't flushed out. I mean, it was my understanding it was brought at the very end or close to the end of deliberations in the committee, there wasn't really much ability for anyone, especially industry or anyone else, to come in and say, hey, this is what this is going to do. And we've all been hearing from, the industry and individuals as far as is what it will do. I think we have to be very careful that we don't do something that it has unintended consequences. Maybe a study needs to be done, but I think that we need to go about it in the right way, to look at it next year with a bill, have the hearings on it, not in this committee, but in utilities probably, and have them flush out exactly what does need to be looked at. What's the parameters of that study, and then find out kind of how much it's going to cost, before we just, we're basically saying, well, we're going to do this study and it's going to cost $400,000, but $400,000 is probably not even going to be, touch it. So what's going to happen? Are they going to come back with an incomplete study, or are they going to come back next year again and say, well, we couldn't do it because we didn't have enough? And so those that want it done, if they really want it done, it needs to go through the proper committee, look at it, find out what the parameters need to be, study the issue, have the testimony, and then look at it. But I also go back to, we have the opportunity for a huge investment, whether you like, I'm not a big fan of our current president and some of the things that he's doing and some of the money that they're spending, but the Department of Energy could possibly give us billions of dollars to create a hydrogen hub here in the state of Kansas. It'd be mostly probably down in an area that doesn't even affect the area that most of the opposition for this is coming from. And I think we send the wrong message right now if we say, we're going to study this. We're going to study the adverse effects of a hydrogen hub. Whether we like it or not, that is going to send a message to the Department of Energy on a highly competitive grant application that Kansas might not be as interested in it as was thought, because we're going to have this study and it may come back and say that it's maybe a little bit harmful, and then we react. And so I think that if we're going to do it, let's wait. Let's put this off right now. Let's do the proper way with a bill, and vet it and go from there. But this is not the right time for this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman Corbett.
Thank you, Chairman. And once again, we're taking our eye off the Woodward Amendment. It lets industry go on like it's nothing's happened. They can expand, do everything they want. This amendment stops nothing. So the bottom line is, when you leave today, you tell your constituents that you had a chance to study the health effects and all this stuff, or you could say, we just kicked the can down the road because we're afraid they might find something. For once in your life, quit kicking the damn can, and let's do something for people out there that might be affected. It needs to be studied. Thanks.
Representative Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I asked the question in the budget subcommittee about the $400,000, and that was just a general estimate. Generally, studies, the carrier said cost around $200,000, and so she thought this was more complicated, so she doubled the amount, but it wasn't based on reaching out to anybody who does these kind of studies. So I was concerned about that amount as well.
Representative Turk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do believe the original carrier has reached out to several of those agencies, and this is the number that they came with. So that hopefully that answers your question. It sounds like to me that some of the big issues here are the hydrogen hubs, the big holdups, I guess the hiccups, the hydrogen hubs, and and currently existing projects. I don't see why we can't narrow the focus of this and exclude those things, and by doing this, reducing the overall financial impact that might cause. If you're thinking that it might exceed that estimated number, I think if we narrow this down very specifically, exclude hydrogen, exclude currently existing projects in the works with permits already rolling, and we just focus on windmills, then I think that solves everybody. So again, I urge that we vote down the substitute motion and readdress the original.
Representative Woodard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the conversation. I appreciate the chance for the committee to have the discussion. I think what's made more clear than I originally had thought was that this definitely needs to have its own hearing separate of this. So absent my original motion, I will support the substitute motion.
Any discussion, further discussion on the substitute motion? Representative Carlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had a few copies which I passed out to this side of the room. I didn't have enough for the room, but the scope is very broad. If you haven't read it, it's mental and physical health of humans, quality of air, health and safety of domestic animals, including hazards of above ground and underground construction materials, turbulence in the air, chemical contamination. I mean, it just goes on, and it is just not in, I cannot in good conscience support it because I just don't see how it can all be accomplished. And I appreciate Representative Woodward's position, and I support that. Thank you, Mr.
Representative Helgerson.
Clearly from the discussion that's gone on, but also for historic purposes, changing the law that we would be doing, changing agreements that are in place now, changing the research that has been endorsed by the legislature without a public hearing goes against all public policy that we believe in. So I'm going to vote again. I'm going to vote for the amendment. But I'll say right now, the people that are here, the complaints that we have had from across the state at different times clearly indicates that we need to investigate and look at it again. So while I'll be voting against the chairman of the subcommittee, let it be known that I'll work long and hard to make sure there's additional further research and studies to get to the bottom of this so that the public understands tax-wise what it means, public safety what it means, and that we can do it so that all sides have an opportunity to present the information and the facts. This is not the right avenue right now, but this isn't dead. It's dead for right now, but we're going to have another opportunity to review it again. And legislative post-audit is a perfect place to start with if you have any members on that. So.
Any further discussion? Chairman Corbett. No, on the substitute motion. He's the underlying amendment. Any further discussion on the substitute motion? Seeing none, Representative Hoffman, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I won't belabor the point. I think we've talked about it quite a bit. I think any of you that have had a chance to look at this is not a normal proviso. This is huge. A lot of policy in this that has not been really looked at very well. So I agree with the ranking member. Maybe we need to have a study, but it needs to go through the proper procedure. So with that, I move my amendment.
All right, committee, you've heard the motion on the substitute motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No. The ayes appear to have it. Chairman, just so people here. The ayes do have it. Now, Chairman Corbett. All right, division is called. All those in favor, raise your right hand. Opposed, same sign.
13 days.
Motion passes on a vote 13-8. Committee, we need to be on the floor in 2 minutes. Actually, 1 minute. So stay close. I'll be making an announcement at the well on when we might possibly come back to finish our business, or we may do it tomorrow morning. I'll make a decision on exactly when we're going to resume committee. So right now we are in recess. All right, members of the committee, we're going to go ahead and get started and resume the discussion that we had. Actually, when we were on the floor, I talked to Chairman Corbett, and he would like to get through all the budgets that he had for this morning because that would be his final report out to the Appropriations Committee. So he's eager to get this wrapped up. So we're going to go ahead and is there any further discussion on fiscal year 2023 for KDHE environment? And Representative Wynn, do you have the information for the budgets? Oh, you got it all? Okay, I just want to make sure. And also Representative Hoheisel, do you have it? Okay. And I think there was a clarification on the substitute motion that passed just right before we went up to the floor. That was actually for, I think, the maker of the substitute motion for 23, 24, and 25. Is that okay with the second, Representative Ballard? Yeah. I just want to have a clarification. Any further discussion in regards to fiscal year 2023? All right, seeing none, Chairman Corbett.
Yep. 24. The agency request Division of Environment for 24 expenditures of $177.4 million, including $34.4 million SGF. This is an all funds increase of $24 million or 15.6%, including an SGF decrease of $2.4 million or 6.6% from the division's FY23 revised estimate. The agency requests the following. The agency requests $250,000 enhancement from all the state water plan fund to increase the available funding and technical assistance to enable local authorities to develop water protection plans. The Bureau of Water is requesting $50,000 enhancement, all from the state water plan fund for FY24 for a pilot effort to remove and keep trash out of the Kansas River. These funds will support cleanup efforts, such as grants to conduct stream cleanup and efforts and capture trash before it discharges into the stream. The Bureau of Water requests $30 million enhancement for 24 to support technical assistance and drinking water and sewer system upgrades for towns with less than 500 population. The funding will be used to initiate a grant program to provide small towns with technical and financial assistance in improving their drinking water and sewer infrastructure and returning them to compliance. The KDHE lab is requesting $280,000 SGF enhancement for FY24 to fund the ongoing retirement and replacement of aging lab equipment. The lab plans to replace instruments used to perform drinking water testing. The agency revised request has a decrease of $32.5 million SGF for one-time expenditures that were included in the FY23 revised estimate and not included in the FY24 request. The FY24 request includes an increase of $30.9 million in federal funds for lab construction in 24. The governor recommends FY24 expenditures of $147.4, including $4.4 million SGF. This is a decrease of $30 million in SGF funds. The decrease is due to the governor not recommending the agency's enhancement request for small town infrastructure assistance. The governor did not recommend funding for the agency's enhancement. She did. The governor, okay, excuse me. The governor did recommend funding for the agency's enhancement request for stream trash removal, local environmental protection programs, and replacement of lab equipment. The House Budget Committee recommendations. The Budget Committee concurs with the governor's recommendation for the FY24, and the following adjustments have been removed already.
All right. So the governor recommended all of the enhancements aside from the small town infrastructure assistance.
Well, it looks like I don't.
Because that is, there's a small town water grant fund that's been set up with ARPA, from the ARPA funds that the State Finance Council approved. Do we know what is the criteria of that particular grant program? Because this specifically says towns less than 500 people.
Yep.
Okay. So we'll look and see exactly what the parameters are of that particular grant program. Any discussion in regards to 2024? Representative Sutton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Was there any discussion about what that stream trash removal program will actually look like in practice?
Chairman Corbett.
Basically, kind of what was discussed was there were maybe nonprofit or groups that like Friends of the Car or whatever that they were going to try to enhance with some money to do a better job of keeping stuff out of the streams and rivers.
Representative Sutton.
Well, I was just hoping maybe there was a little bit more flesh on that carcass. I wanted to see a little bit what was actually going on.
It's
Chairman Corbett.
Probably there was probably very little meat on this amendment, on that request.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Alcala.
I can tell you what's going on in my district, and this is what gave me a heartache with the department. So I live probably about 25 yards from the Kansas River. On the north side of the Kansas River. No, but I'm getting ready to tell you who is. So on the north side, it's city property. And I contacted Health and Environment to tell them that first of all, there's structures on there, and I understand that's a municipality issue. They're building these structures out of pallets. But there's literally 6 to 7 truckloads of trash in that area. So at night, what they do is they shove it off into the river, and it ends up floating down to the east towards Lawrence, and I'm sure Topeka Water Department picks some of that up. So my problem is, so you're going to put $50,000 or whatever the heck it was behind to get somebody to help clean it up, where you're throwing money in. If you're more proactive, you can keep it from going in there by having the city go in there and either evict, because they're not camping sites. I've called the Corps, I've called everybody. But any given day, you can drive down River Road where the Hills Pet Nutrition Plant is, look across that river, there's probably about 15 to 20 structures, and there's nothing but trash around there. We had a guy murdered there this past summer. We had a big fire there just the other night that the fire department couldn't get to, so they were taking risks to get down there to put the fire out, causing safety issues for them. So I have problems giving them $50,000 to clean it up when they know they can probably head it off from it getting trashed up. That's my concern. Thank you.
Any further discussion in regards to fiscal year 2024? Representative Howell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On higher ed budget, we had a hearing about the university engineering initiative, and we had some people come in before the committee to just kind of tell us about their challenges as it relates to the field of engineering. We did hear testimony from the Kansas Livestock Association, their environmental services division. It's my understanding there's been previous provisos that would increase the compensation for professional engineer positions at like KDHE. Just didn't know if there was any discussion about kind of a follow-up to that, or if we're making progress with some of those turnover issues in the compliance division.
Chairman Corbett.
We heard nothing about that, or no request for it.
Representative Howell.
Okay, I just wanted to bring that up. I wasn't sure if it came up in your committee or not. It's something we did hear about. Basically, when they assist their clients in environmental services with regulatory compliance, they often experience project delays and approval challenges resulting from the lack of experienced agency staff. So that is something my committee heard about, and I just kind of wanted to elevate that issue before appropriations today. Thanks.
Representative Carlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We had a pretty rough day on that in that committee, and we had two big issues, and we didn't really cover some of these things. But I have heard that in other budgets, engineers we're having trouble attracting them for ag and other divisions. due to pay, due to whatever, but we are really having a struggle with that, and I'm glad you brought that before the committee. I don't know if I don't have enough information to make a motion to add it at this time, but we might look at that at another time if the agency wants to bring it forward.
Well, I think we can gather the information when we put the budget back together. We can have a discussion in regards to that.
I think it's across many agencies, so thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any further discussion in regards to 2024? Representative Howell.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to kind of bring that issue before the committee. I don't have any amendment to offer today. I think more information would be needed, but in the conversation as we look at a pay increase for all state employees, I think it would be useful to consider the more targeted approach, especially these hard to fill positions. So I just wanted to share my input on that. Thank you.
All right. Committee, any further discussion in regards to fiscal year 2024? Seeing none, Chairman Corbett.
I move that the budget recommendations for KDHE and environment for 23 and 24 be approved by the Appropriations Committee as amended.
All right, committee, you've heard the motion, seconded by Representative Carlin. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Chairman Corbett.
You want KCC or State Fair?
Go with the Kansas Corporation Commission.
The KCC for 23. The agency submits a revised estimate of $35.1 million, all from special revenue funds, and 204.25 FTE positions in FY23, an increase of $7.7 million, or 28.2% above agency's approved amount for 23. The largest increase in the agency's revised estimate is for contractual services, totaling $7.3 million, all from special revenue funds, which are mostly located in the agency's conservation program. The increase is in large part due to a planned expenditures totaling $5 million from the Energy Community Revitalization Federal Grant Fund to plug abandoned natural gas and oil wells. The governor's recommendation concurs with the agency's revised estimate, and the House and the Budget Committee concurs with the governor's recommendation.
So did we only receive $5 million from the Energy Community Revitalization Federal Grant Fund for the plugging of gas and oil wells? Is that all?
Chairman, that's just the first of a 3-year program.
Okay. Do you know how much we're going to be receiving in total? When I skip ahead to 24, it looks like we're receiving $12 million in 24.
24.
Okay. Committee, any questions for Chairman Corbett in regards to fiscal year 2023? All right, seeing none, you may move on to fiscal year 2024.
2024, the agency requests $46.3 million, all from special revenue funds for FY24. This is an increase of $11.2 million, or 32% above FY23 revised estimate. The largest increase above FY23 revised estimate is for contractual services. Specifically, the agency requests $9.9 million more for contractual services and expenditures in FY24 when compared to 23. Most of these increases are found in the agency's conservation program. Like FY23, the increase is in large part due to increasing planned expenditures totaling $12 million from the Energy Community Revitalization Federal Grant Fund, an increase of $7 million, or 140%, the revised FY23 estimate. The governor concurs with the agency's request, and the committee concurs with the governor's recommendation.
All right, committee, any questions in regards to fiscal year 2024? Representative Sutton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We've done quite a bit of work here in appropriations when we combined the old oil well versus the new oil well plugging funds. And then we have $17 million in federal funds being thrown into it as well. do we have any idea when we're going to round the curve and actually get some of this finished and off the plate?
Chairman Corbett.
I don't think there was any mention of that end date.
Really?
So,
pushing the rock.
well, so that's a nice way of saying it.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I know in the past, I mean, there's thousands of abandoned wells across the state, and so I know they're trying to classify which ones are most critical, which need to be plugged. But then obviously when they go in and plug a particular well lease, then they find out there's other abandoned wells within that lease, so it takes time. So my 2 cents. Any other discussion in regards to fiscal year 2024? Seeing none, Chairman Corbett.
Thank you, Chairman. I move that budget recommendations for the KCC for 23 and 24 be approved by the Appropriation Committee.
All right, committee, you've heard the motion. Is there a second? Second by Representative Carlin. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. Chairman Corbett.
Thank you, Chairman. This will be the State Fair for 23. The agency submits a revised estimate of $22.1 million, including $14.6 million SGF and 27 FTE positions in FY23. This is an all-funds increase of $1.1 million, or 5.5% above 23 approved amount. The agency's SGF request is the same as the agency's approved amount. The all-funds increase is primarily due to the increased expenditures for entertainer contracts, advertising, salaries, and wages for both regular and temporary unclassified employees. The governor concurs with the agency's revised estimate, and the Budget Committee also does with the following adjustment. Add $300,000 SGF to install additional motion sensor lighting to the grounds, and it should say, and I guess lighting and
It was just lighting.
it says just lighting, but really, just to talk for you a minute, they need some they need cameras, they need somebody to secure that facility because they are having some problems with vandalism. So that's where we're at on that. Any questions?
All right, committee, are there any questions in regards to 2023? And if you are looking in your book, it actually is starting on page 897 for the Kansas State Fair. Any questions to 2023? All right, seeing none, you may proceed with 2024.
Thank you, Chairman. The agency requests $7.8 million, including $135,000 SGF and expenditures and 27 FTE positions for 24. This is an all-funds decrease of $14.3 million, or 64.6%, including an SGF decrease of $14.5 million, or 99.1% below the 23 revised estimate. The decrease is due to SGF appropriations for capital improvements in 23 that do not occur in 24. The all-funds decrease is partially offset by an increase in expenditures for entertainer contracts and advertising. The governor concurs with the budget, and the committee also agrees. And again, for 24, adding $300,000 to install additional for motion sensor lighting on the grounds.
So I guess my first question would be, is this in addition to the lighting that we're doing in 2023, or is this a contract? I mean, why is it a recurring $300,000 in subsequent years?
The way the motion came out, they wanted to split it $300,000 each year, and that's what the committee voted out.
All right, Representative Carlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think there's an error in the report because I made the motion. I would have to look at the video to see, but my motion was they wanted $600,000 for lighting and cameras. And my motion was to give them $300,000 for lighting, because sensor lighting is a deterrent and cameras are, I just felt we could only do $300,000, and so that was my motion, and it was for 1 year, and they could use it over 2 years. I don't have a problem with that, but I did not.
24, not to have an additional 300.
need to say it some other way so they could.
But the total amount is 300,000. So we already have that in 2023. If it's
So we don't
not,
want to put it in twice.
we don't need to have it in twice.
That was my motion. We can discuss that.
Do you want to, since you made the initial motion in the Budget Committee, do you
Yes,
want to make
I
a motion
did.
now to have the 300,000 removed in 2024?
I do. I so move.
All right, committee, you've heard the motion. Is there a second? Seconded by Representative Howe. Discussion on the motion? Seeing none? Or Representative Rogers?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the 300,000, is it just for lighting? So we're not doing any motion any cameras, is that right? Just motion lighting?
Chair? Mr.
Representative Carlin.
My motion was for lighting only, and we discussed it quite a bit. And, I said personally at home, the cameras miss too much, and unless you've already had a crime. So I went with lighting, and that was my motion.
Chairman Corbett.
Thank you, Chairman. I might have heard it a little different, but when I was talking to the guy at the fair, and he showed us all the vandalism. You need more than lighting. If I need to make a motion, if we're doing 300,000, I'd make that 300,000 for lighting and some type of a camera system.
So do you have a substitute motion?
Yeah.
Because right now it just says for lighting. It doesn't.
Substitute motion.
All right, so for 300,000 in 23 for lighting, and then 300,000 or in both years for lighting and cameras.
1 year, just take the 300,000 for lighting and cameras.
In 2024 or 2023?
3.
All right. All right. Seconded by Representative Tarwater. Any further discussion? And this is removing the 300,000 in 2024. Correct, Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Any discussion? Representative Hoffman.
So, can they get it done in 23? I mean, would it be better to move it to 24? We're so close to the end of 23.
Can we make it over 2 years?
It doesn't matter. Okay. All right, they're saying it doesn't matter, so.
All right, Representative Helgerson.
It was my understanding that they wanted 600,000. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. If you reduce it in half, does that reduce the amount of half of the lighting, or does that actually not give them a chance to do it because of the connections that are going to be needed and the electricians? I'm wondering if that's.
Well, since we are on the substitute motion made by the chairman, I'm going to defer that question first to Chairman Corbett.
That's probably a good question. The thing that concerns me as much as that is that there doesn't seem to be much caring about security at the fair. I mean, with its no gates, any access, no closing, no watching. So I don't know where you start. You have to start somewhere, because it's sad to have your buildings destroyed, not have any video or. Normally, I said to him, at least Walmart drives a car around at night with a blinking light. I said, you ought to have somebody on the grounds 24/7 watching something. That was my thought. So it's probably more than what we're asking for, but the fair needs a little bit more tightening up on security and watching our property better. However you want to do it.
Representative Carlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We discussed it kind of like we're doing now. I don't want to limit them in the connectivity or any of that. I mean, but they said they needed 300,000 for cameras, 300,000 for lighting. I said this year, let's start with lighting. And it'd be fine with me if they used it for both purposes. But I think the best way for me, as I just put lighting around my house because I had a man out there for 15 minutes playing in my yard, and he was on my camera, but I couldn't see his face, and he didn't leave. He was just there. And so my experience is the camera did nothing but frighten me into buying lights that would come on when he was there. And so that was my experience. That's what I took to the committee. But I feel like we need lighting around the fair just for keeping people from stumbling over, things when they walk through the pastures part the grassy parts of the fair at night or whatever. And I thought that would be the best way to start. I wouldn't limit them. I think we could make the motion so that they could use it for this purpose at their discretion. I mean, it's a lot of money for lighting. It is plenty of money for lighting, I think.
All right, and just to clarify what the substitute motion, we are on a substitute motion, and that substitute motion is to use $300,000 in 2023 for lighting and cameras, and then have the $300,000 removed in 2024. Correct? Chairman Corbett? Okay. Representative Turk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will support the substitute motion. The cameras and lighting, well, industrial security is a multi-layered industry for which myself and many others have created a business around. They work hand in hand, and they're absolutely necessary. Limiting them to one facet over another, it only sets them back. The $300,000 is a great start. I think this year, if they want more, if more is needed or justified, we can address that in the future. But this substitute motion, I think, would benefit them the most, a combination of lighting and security surveillance. Thank you.
Representative Landwehr.
Okay, could we have the substitute motion repeated, Mr. Chairman?
I just did.
Well,
in the chair. So the substitute.
Conferring with the vice chair, Mr. Chairman.
The substitute motion is for $300,000 in 2023 for the purposes of purchasing cameras and lighting at the state fair, removing the $300,000 in fiscal year 2024 that is showing up on the Budget Committee's report.
Okay,
Representative Landwehr.
I guess my concern is that I don't particularly like this substitute motion. I don't like what we have in the bill. To me, it would make more sense, and I know we're on a substitute, but I want people to think about this before they cast that vote, is they're needing $600,000, and you don't want to come in and do the lighting now and then the cameras later, because if you're there and you've got the boxes open, whatever they've got to do electrically, it's cheaper to do it both at once. Number two, I think we need somewhat of a diagram of where they're planning on placing these cameras and these lights. That would be good. And then we could decide to give them the $600,000 in 24. I'm not sure it needs to be in 6 or in 23.
Okay, we are on a substitute motion. Any further discussion on the substitute motion? All right, seeing none, Chairman Corbett, you may close.
I close.
All right, committee, you've heard the motion. The substitute motion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The substitute motion passes. Any further discussion? It passed. All right, seeing no further discussion, Chairman Corbett.
This will probably be an amendment. When we were there was comments about having someone on the board from the House and the Senate to sit on the State Fair Board. And if I need, I'll make a motion to that. And if we get a second, we can run it and talk about it or whatever you'd like to do. But that was brought up at the hearing.
Okay, so the motion is to add one member from the House and one member from the Senate, or just one member either from the House or the Senate?
2 from the House and 2 from the Senate. However you want to do it. It doesn't.
So now we're adding 4 members to the board. All right. All right. It's been seconded by Representative Landwehr. Discussion on the motion. Are they going to be voting members or just at large? I mean, at large, I guess is the best way to put it.
Board members have to make a donation.
Would they have this? You're asking me if they'd have the same right as the governor's appointees?
Yes.
Why not? Yes.
So you're intending for them to be voting members?
Yeah.
Okay. Representative Owens.
Does that come with season passes?
Chairman Corbett.
I think that you could probably talk to the right person, just live there.
Okay, good to know. Thank you.
Representative Helgerson.
I was approached by a member of the board and past member of the board who told me that he didn't think it was a good idea to have legislators on the board. I'll also echo that same. For someone that's been around the fair board and the fair for 50 years, you want to encourage them to have a private group of individuals that are going to make recommendations, because you're going to have all the opportunity in the world to deal with the finances and the problems that may go on in the board. Let them run it, and I have to say this, let it be without politics. And legislators that get on the board, sometimes Democrat or Republican, politics enters into it. And that's why I keep legislators off of it. So it's not a group of politicians. If there's some legislator that wants to retire, great, have them appointed, which has happened before. George Dean's an example. He may have been on before. Yeah, George went off and on a couple times. But that's why I'd encourage you not to put board members on the board.
Chairman Corbett.
Would the representative be more appeased to that if they were non-voting members and just...
Representative Helgerson?
No, but I'll give them free pass, any legislator free passes to get into the fair at any time, and they can even work for me at the fair. Will you pay for my camping? No, I won't pay for your camping, though.
I guess one question that I would have is, how would they be appointed? By?
I would suggest one of
by the speaker and the president.
And the president.
All right. Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This might be a question for Jill, but are the other positions, they're all in statute, aren't they? So this would just really be making change for just this 1 year. I think it'd probably be better if we did this as a bill, if we're going to do this, to vet it out a little bit more. There's a lot of questions on voting, non-voting, how they're going to be appointed, who's going to, number of years on. So I think it'd probably be better for as a bill introduced.
Representative Curtis.
I would withdraw whatever I said.
Are you withdrawing your motion?
Yeah.
All right. Is there any other further discussion on, since the motion has been withdrawn, is there any discussion? Is that okay with the second? All right. Just want to make sure. Now we're back on 2024. Any further discussion into 2024? Representative Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And this was a thought process, and it may come up in the Agriculture Committee the next year to at least pursue this. I understand, and representative from Sedgwick, I do understand that. But almost everyone that sits in that fair board now is political, whether you want to believe it or not. They may not be elected, but there's a reason. The reason why I would support this is because last year, now this year, we have so many questions. You know, they come and want to know, because last year they came with nothing. And so we had to come almost save that Bison Arena. So that's where, and it's not like some of those fair board members haven't been on there one or two times, you know. I mean, yes, there's a lot of pieces to this, but I think one of the reasons why is for this simple fact, so that every year when we talk about the state fair, that we don't have all these financial questions. Most of us, you know, we show up. I show up a couple days a year, Legislative Day and Ag Day. I don't spend the whole week down there or 10 days or whatever. And so I think that's it. So, I mean, I think Mr. Schultz, the new general manager, is doing a pretty good job getting things lined up. And, you know, they've talked about all the different money, but I think that's, as far as that goes, Mr. Chairman, if others want to say, because, you know, I've had conversations with a couple board members, absolutely. We wouldn't want, you know, citizens to come in here and sit behind us, and I fully understand that. But I guess my question is, another question then, Mr. Chairman, is an update on the Bison Arena. I mean, did that get brought up as far as, I know, because we gave the money last year. I mean, kind of where are we at with that?
Well, I had a discussion with Mr. Brian Schultz, And he kind of gave me an update in regards to the Bison Arena. So we allocated $10 million last year for the Bison Arena. They're supposed to go out, and it's basically a one-to-one match the other $10 million. Believe the redevelopment plans of the Bison Arena have not changed. I mean, they're still moving forward with the architectural drawings that they had last year, but they are trying to go out and get those corporate sponsors and raise the additional $10 million. Representative Landwehr.
Well, I do know, Mr. Chairman, that they have chosen their architect, so they are making progress on the Bison. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Carlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A couple of things. Yeah, we do have on page 904, there is a little paragraph about Bison Arena if you want to read it. I think the explanation is adequate. But I apologize to the committee. I have found a note in my notes that my motion was for $300,000 for both years. So my apologies. I think we had a long discussion about it, and so what they reported in the Budget Committee was correct. I apologize, and I'd be happy to bring it back up if anybody wants to continue that discussion, or we could talk about it next year when we get a report, but that's my error. I apologize.
All right, thank you. Representative Sutton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, if you look at the capital improvements for 23, that $14 million, that includes $10 million. They're expecting on the Bison Arena being updated and finished at the end of 23. 23. That's what's showing in the budget. I kind of expected it would be 24 myself, but it's showing up in 23, and they're expecting it to be completed then. Apparently.
The way I read that, sorry, Representative Sutton, I didn't mean to interject, but the way I read it is including updates to the Bison. I don't know if that's necessarily being completed. Well, it says anticipates being completed in fiscal year 2023. There's no way they can finish the Bison Arena in 2023. I don't see
that happening either. It's just what it shows there in the budget. And if I could add one other little item here, the motion's been withdrawn. We're not discussing it we're not acting on it anymore, and I get that. But I did kind of get my hackles raised when I heard that a previous board member or a former board member had said, no, we don't want legislators on there. I see monetary asks that are pretty significant. So to say that give us money, but we don't want any input from you is absolutely out of line in my book. And I will be, whenever that bill comes along, I will absolutely be supporting putting a legislator on that board. If they're going to ask for SGF, they're going to have legislative input. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Landwehr.
Okay, there's probably a procedural for this is to correct the substitute motion that was adopted so that we can get it to the 600,000.
I would say just make a new motion.
All right. Was that 23 or 24, Representative Carlin?
Representative Carlin.
What was her substitute?
I'm sorry. I'm not sure your question, Representative, but the motion we made was for 23.
Okay.
And I was saying we could look at it again in 24, but then I found in my notes that I had actually said 23, 300, 24, 300. So
each year be 300,000 for lighting and for cameras both.
Okay, so the motion I would make, Mr. Chairman, is that we remove that 300,000 that the substitute motion put in place. We replace it with 600,000 in 23. So that gives them the ability to do the cameras and the lighting at the same time, which I think will be more economical. I still would like for the Fair Board or the Fair people to bring us a diagram of where these are going to be placed, preferably before we kick out our budget. And I bet they can do that. So that would be my motion, Mr. Chairman. So 600,000 for 23 for lights and cameras, and remove the 300 from the substitute motion.
All right, committee, you've heard the motion, seconded by Representative Hoheisel. Discussion on the motion. Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And maybe it concerns me that that they don't have any gates. I just always assumed that the facility was was gated unless they had an event or anything like that. Would that be something that maybe could put in there that they need to look into better gating or better security as far as with the fencing?
Representative Landwehr?
I'd want to talk to Brian on this, but I think that in Representing Helgerson, like he says, he's been around a long time. You're talking a lot about a lot of ground to cover. Yeah, there's fences all around there, but you jump over the chain link fence, climb over the chain link fence, and I think that's kind of what's happening. So there are fences all the way around it. Now, do we want to get into a position where we're providing, 24/7, 365 security? Then that's another discussion, and I think that's when we'd have to have more information. But yeah, it's not like it's wide open, but they're just chain link fences.
Chairman Corbett.
One thing that came up in committee was it wouldn't be that hard maybe to do a contract with the local county sheriff or police department to make a few rounds there once in a while. I don't know, but having nobody there doing nothing for that much of time is just crazy.
Yeah, I think we're getting aside from the motion. We're focusing on $600,000 in 2023, and now we're going to gates and security personnel. Representative Landwehr.
Okay, we're still on my motion, right? Mm-hmm. Okay, what I meant to include in that was that they would have reappropriation authority. So if they don't get it all done in 23, they have the ability to spend that money in 24.
Is that fine with the second? Okay, that's fine with the second. Yeah. Clear as mud. Any further discussion on the motion? All right, seeing none, Representative Landwehr, you may close.
I close.
All right, committee, you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion passes. Any further discussion on the Kansas State Fair? Because this has been more contentious than KDHE environment. All right, I'm not seeing any further discussion, so Chairman Corbett.
Been waiting for this all day. I move that the budget recommendation for the Kansas State Fair for 23 and 24 be approved by the Appropriations Committee as amended several times.
All right, you've heard the motion. Is there a second? Second by Representative Carlin. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion passes. Again, I'd like to thank Representative Wynn and Representative Hoheisel for joining us this afternoon for the committee meeting. Committee members, since we got through all the business that we had scheduled for today, which was actually, I think, 12 budgets, so I commend all of you for getting through that. We are not going to have a committee meeting tomorrow or Monday. And we will have our next meeting at 9 a.m. on Tuesday morning. So until Tuesday morning, we are adjourned.